Good morning, everyone. At this time, I'd like to call the Board of Education meeting to order, and I'd like to ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Todd Ferrante is present. William Buchanan.
Present.
Katie Addis.
Present.
John Andes.
Present.
William Gordy.
Present.
Elena McComas.
Present.
Donald Smack.
Present.
And we do have a quorum. And now I'd like to ask for a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Ms. McComas, a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask for a motion to enter into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons: to approve closed session meetings from the previous month, Section 3-305B1, to discuss appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees or employees or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 3-305B9, to discuss matters relative to negotiations, and Section 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. Can I have a motion to enter into closed session and a second?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan, a second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in closed session. Good afternoon, everyone. As we reconvene this Board of Education meeting, I want to remind everyone that we do have a quorum. A closed session meeting was held today pursuant to general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland to approve previous closed session minutes, to discuss personnel matters, and to consult with legal counsel and discuss matters related to negotiations. Today, Pastor Zachary Brown is with us from Bates United Methodist Church. Welcome, Pastor. He will lead us in the invocation today. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. God, we thank you for looking out for us, for looking out for our children, for our teachers, our staff, and our board members, and the citizens of this county. We ask that you guide their thoughts and minds and their actions as they move forward together to continue to grow and to educate our young people. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Bates, thank you so much for being here with us today. You have a great day. And now I'd ask my board members to, I need a motion and a second to approve the open session board minutes from January 21st, 27th, and February 11th.
Motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Snack and a second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor for the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. It's hard to believe it's February, and before I get to my notes, we also have an impending snowstorm again. Now, that doesn't make a superintendent happy, but we will deal with it. But again, thank you, Mr. Ferrante, and to the board. We are progressing quickly through this school year, as all of you know, and I have a couple of announcements for this month. The first of which is always one of my favorites in announcing this year's cohort of incredible teachers of the year for our county. These remarkable educators are examples of the best in our classrooms. So without further ado, here are this year's school level candidates for the 2025 Worcester County Teacher of the Year. And I'd like to first say congratulations to Miranda Brown, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Megan Cater, Berlin Intermediate School; Philip Cropper, Worcester Technical High School; Jenna Drew, Shao Elementary School; Amber Hall, Pocomoke Elementary School; Christina Kozlowski, Snow Hill High School; Shelby Matassa, Snow Hill Elementary School; Ashley Mertz, Pocomoke Middle School; Stacy Phillips, Ocean City Elementary School; Belinda Sawyer, Stephen Decatur High School; Allison Samanchik, Buckingham Elementary School; Heather Shockley, Snow Hill Middle School; Patricia Salmon, Cedar Chapel Special School; and last but not least, Gretchen Wallace, Pocomoke High School. Again, my congratulations go out to all of them, and a lot more to come as we move through the process. February, like every other month, continues to be a busy month for our students and our staff. And of course, as we get those virtual learning days, they don't seem as easy as they may sound for our staff. And I thank them for making them work for our young people. Of course, as you know, also February is Black History Month, and across our county, our schools have been designing lessons and experimental learning opportunities for our students to highlight the amazing contributions African Americans have made both in our local community and far beyond. From morning announcements to read-in events to virtual visit with authors and artists, our students have had the opportunity to hear incredible stories about the African American experience. I personally want to thank those of you who have partnered with our schools to bring these important lessons to our students here in Worcester County. Lastly, I just want to thank you, the board, and our team for ensuring that this year's budget process continues to move in a positive direction. To date, the board has held 2 very productive work sessions in which Chief Financial Officer Vince Tolbert and his team went through the finer points of the proposed budget and answered questions. In building a budget each year, our school board and administration remains committed to ensuring that every dollar spent is spent in the service of providing the best education possible for the 7,000 plus children in our care here in Worcester County. We will continue to ask our core question, and that is it good for kids? As we discuss and finalize our budget. As said then, as long as every decision we make is centered around our students and help to support our staff, we will be making confident strides to our continuing success in educating our young people in Worcester County Public Schools. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Ferrante, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. And now I'm going to turn it over to our student representatives who are here to provide us with their monthly reports from their schools. And today I believe we're starting with Teresa from Pocomoke High School.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Pocomoke High School has been buzzing with excitement as we celebrate Black History Month. Our students have been engaging in many lessons during morning announcements, classroom and Your 60 activities, social media posts, and our annual African American read-in. Celebrating Black history and honoring the stories of Black Americans is vital to our school community and plays a significant role in our students' success. This month, we celebrate the January PBIS Tribe winner. Vincere, the Red Tribe, enjoyed a pancake breakfast for lunch as well as dessert in the VIP lounge. Fortis, the Semester 1 winning tribe, is gearing up for a fun trip to Alley Oops in Ocean City. Thanks to high attendance rates and excellent course grades, our students came together for a combined Semester 1 celebration and Semester 2 kickoff. This event, hosted by our amazing social worker, Miss Monica, and tribe leaders, featured a glow-themed pep rally that was a hit with both students and staff. Another highlight was our Sweet Treat event sponsored by our counseling department, where we celebrated 75% of our student population making the honor roll for Semester 1, an achievement we are incredibly proud of. Our performing and visual arts students have been incredibly busy too. The week of February 3rd, many schools saw performances of The Lion King Jr. We have fantastic turnout at our community showing on Friday night. Additionally, 4 students were accepted into all short chorus, and several students recently performed at the Ocean City Berlin Optimist Seaside Boat Show. At the same event, our advanced art students showcased their impressive work. We continue to be so proud of our talented students. Earlier this month, we celebrated our wonderful school counselors during National School Counseling Week, and we also recognized our amazing school Deputy Coraro. He is deeply involved in our school community, fostering positive relationships while keeping everyone safe. Our athletic programs continue to excel. Our indoor track team will be heading into states this Wednesday. Our Maryland State Champion Field Hockey Team and Champion Track Relay teams were recently honored by the County Commissioners with special presentations. In addition, we are thrilled to announce that 5 members of our Future Business Leaders of America, FBLA, have qualified for the national competition in California this summer. Under the guidance of PHS Teacher of the Year, Gretchen Wallace, Pocomoke's FBLA chapter continues to thrive. After School Academy and After School are thriving with great attendance and exciting new activities. Chess Club, Ladies Club, multilingual tutoring, and bowling have been added to our existing programs. Additionally, over 30 students are participating in driver's education, with 20 students completing the course and receiving scholarships. Mu Alpha Theta will soon induct 26 new scholars into this prestigious society. These mathematicians have excelled in advanced coursework such as AP Stats and AP Calculus. Our school counseling department has been hard at work with over 70% of our seniors completing their FAFSA applications, working toward our goal of 100% completion. This year's senior class has submitted over 300 college applications, and scholarship writing is in full swing. Our students are taking full advantage of After School Academy in Your 60 for scholarship application support. We also forward our annual FAFSA completion luncheon on February 26th and Rising Warrior Night on March 13th. Finally, our multilingual language department is excited to begin the book study of Love in English by Maria Andrew. This powerful novel offers insight into the life of a multilingual high school student and fosters empathy and understanding. We sincerely thank the Board of Education for its continued support of our schools and communities. Your dedication makes a world of difference to our students and staff. And now on to the Worcester Technical High School reports. Good afternoon, board members. Worcester Technical High School would like to thank you for your continued support of our students' programs of study and our school. The data is in and the numbers have been crunched. 75% of tech students held on to a 3.0 GPA or higher in semester 1. 11 out of 12 early childhood students passed their Child Development Associate credential. 16 of our Teaching Academy students passed their Para-Pro examination. So far, 10 students have taken and passed the State Board Theory Examination in Cosmetology. 9 students has taken and passed their Adobe Professional Licensure Test in Photoshop. All of these examinations mean that students are earning certificates and licenses that directly impact their marketability in the workforce. All of our CTE programs are gearing up this month and next to take their industry-recognized credential, which is the CTE version of a state test. Worcester Technical High School Interactive Media and Production Program, led by Alex Sosa, recently swept the digital category at the Ocean City Berlin Optimist Club High School Art Contest. Congratulations to our winners, Rain Ayers, Jamari Savage, myself, and Andre Williams. Lydia Serrano from Criminal Justice and Marcus Sykes from Welding are the Worcester Technical High School February Students of the Month. Rick Steffens, Welding Instructor and Skills USA Director, is the February Staff of the Month. Students and staff are voted on by the staff and students at Worcester Technical High School. Worcester Technical High School recently held their Skills USA Spirit Week, capping it off with the local competitions held at Tech. Tomorrow, students will travel to Parkside High School to compete in the Region 1 competitions. From there, students will travel to Carroll County in March to take part in the state competitions. And now on to Chloe.
Thanks, Teresa. As February unfolds, Snow Hill students and staff continue to excel in academics, athletics, and community engagement. The wrestling team capped off their best season in Snow Hill High School history, securing the number 2 seed in the 1A East region. The team ended the regular season with an impressive 15-6 record. Now they shift their focus to the Bayside Individual Tournament, where both the boys and girls teams will compete for a chance to qualify for regionals. Indoor track also excelled at the Bayside Championships, with Ali Suarez Apacheche winning the 1600 meter and 800 meter, finishing second in the 3200 meter, and Miles Martin delivering an outstanding performance in the shot put. Building on this momentum, Snow Hill High recently received the College Board's AP Computer Science Female Diversity Award, an honor given to only 847 schools nationwide for preparing female students for in-demand STEM careers. In addition to academic achievements, we are excited to host another quarterly FAST Families and Schools Together event on Monday, February 24th. This evening will feature scheduled parent-teacher conferences, food, school and department information tables, and giveaways. Meanwhile, the Performing Arts Department is hard at work preparing for the Rodgers and Hammerstein's production of Cinderella, set to run from March 28th to 30th. We encourage everyone to mark their calendars for what promises to be a spectacular performance. Our music students are also making waves, Congratulations to our chorus students who auditioned for All-State and All-Shore Chorus. We are proud to announce that Alex Tingle, Marianne Rutzler, Caroline Burgess, and Morgan Lehman made the All-Shore Chorus, while Alex Tingle also earned a spot in the All-State Band as a percussionist. In the realm of creative writing, 4 of our students, Nadira Hassan O., Savannah Wirtz, Riley Richardson, and Serena Weaver, were named finalists in the Eastern Shore Literacy Association Young Authors Contest. These talented students have been invited to a special ceremony on March 10th at Salisbury University, where the winners will be announced. As we celebrate academic and artistic achievements, we also take time to honor the contributions of Black leaders during Black History Month. Throughout February, we are spotlighting influential figures who have made lasting impacts on society, including entrepreneurs and inventors. Follow our Facebook page for these inspiring stories. Last Thursday, the National Association of Black Veterans visited our school to share their military experiences, life journeys, and the way they support local veterans. It was an engaging discussion moderated by one of our very own JROTC platoon leaders, Staff Sergeant Matthew St. Pierre. Beyond the classroom, our school community continues to make a difference. The Eagles Bounty Food Pantry remains committed to providing protein boxes for families, thanks to our partnership with the Maryland Food Bank. As part of the Home to the Hill program, alumna Miss Danielle Little, class of 1992, and Director of Cyber and Information Technology at the Air Force District of Washington, shared her career journey with students. Additionally, students had the unique opportunity to engage with Brandon Bell, an entrepreneur and mural artist, who provided insights into the world of public art with his work at We Are Limitless Studios in Salisbury. Our students also continue to shine in business and leadership. We want to congratulate Cash Von Marsh for taking first place in accounting at the FBLA state competition in Baltimore. Cash has qualified to compete at the national competition this summer in Anaheim, California. Rounding out our list of honors, we extend a special congratulations to our athletic director, Chris Atkins, for being selected as the District 8 Athletic Director of the Year. His dedication and leadership continue to elevate our athletic programs, and we are honored to have him guiding our student athletes. Snow Hill students continue to shine in every endeavor, demonstrating excellence, resilience, and community spirit. Stay connected and support our Eagles in their journey to success. Now on to Brooke.
Thank you, Chloe. February may be a shorter month, but the action is running long at Stephen Decatur High School. First, it's Black History Month, and our National English Honor Society is sharing inspirational messages each day on our announcements, with posters throughout the school and our social media pages. The Rho Kappa Social Studies Honor Society is also touring elementary schools and reading to our younger friends about the story of Ruby Bridges. In addition to these celebratory activities, SDHS welcomed parents and families into the building for FAFSA information sessions and a second semester back-to-school night. We will also host an 8th grade parent orientation night next week. Our incoming families will have the chance to learn about our school, its programs, and courses, while our current families had the opportunities to rotate through their student schedules, meet teachers, and learn about course curriculum and the college process. February is also about love. The Seahawk Nation is reminding everyone that loves make the world go around. First, Seahawk Nation is coming together for one of our students as she battles cancer, wearing her favorite color pink during the school day and at various games to show support. The Key Club delivered bundles of Valentine's Day cards to nursing homes and senior citizen centers. The National Honor Society is partnering with Believe in Tomorrow and running a beach supply drive to help critically ill children enjoy a beach getaway. And our After School Academy Service Learning Program is partnering with the Coastal Hospice Thrift Shop, where students have been volunteering at their time to sort, organize, clean, fix, and help in any way they can. Also, Our Leo Club did not allow our furry friends to be forgotten after running a successful pet drive for the Worcester County Humane Society. Elsewhere in the school, our academic team is preparing for online tournaments. Members of our Surf Rider Club attended the General Assembly in Annapolis to lobby for environmental legislation. And our SAD organization is busy planning a community-wide event where they will be showing the award-winning documentary, Screenagers, which addresses the pitfalls of growing up in the digital age. On the instructional side of life, SCHS is well underway in the second semester, and judging from the hard work that is taking place in our classrooms, we feel confidence that students will do well again, this time including advanced placement exams. Speaking of doing well, Stephen Decatur High School is also home to 3 Junior Achievement 18 Under 18 honorees and several accomplished writers and artists. We have several Young Author Contest finalists and artists who placed in the Worcester County Arts Council Art Show and the O.C. Berlin Optimist Art Contest. In sports news, there's always something to celebrate at Decatur. Congratulations to our wrestling team for making it to the state championship dual match for the 6th year in a row. This year, our wrestling team fell just shy of another state title in a hard-fought match against Huntingtown High School. All of our winter sports teams are poised for a good postseason run and as the season winds down. In closing, as always, we want to say thank you to our central office leaders and our Board of Education for their continued support. And a special thank you to Superintendent Mr. Lou Taylor for his many dedicated years of serving Worcester County Public Schools. In closing, we want to wish everyone a fabulous remainder for the wonderful month of February. And now back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Chloe, and thank you, Teresa. We appreciate you doing such a terrific job with those reports, and we appreciate the time that you take to bring those information to the school system. Thank you. And now it's time for audience recognition. I'd like to ask if there's anyone, and I know there is, from the WCTA here. Good afternoon, Beth. WCESPA? Good afternoon, Chanel. Thank you for being here. The Worcester County Retired School Personnel. I see Helen out there. Good afternoon, Helen. Representatives from various schools, SIACs, PTAs, anyone here? Well, thank you for being with us today. And now we're going to move on to individual and delegation comments. All individuals who have signed up to address the Worcester County Board of Education may do so for 1 or 2 minutes regarding information, accommodations, or concerns which may need future board attention. Concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to appropriate district personnel for investigation. When you're called to address the board, please state your name and address, and please speak into the mic so that our streaming can also hear that. And today, we're going to start out with Helen Chasson. Helen, I think the mic is on, but you might need to flick it up.
Okay, is it working?
Go ahead. Yep, we can hear you.
Good. My name is Helen Schofstall. I live at 4840 Meadowlark Drive, Salisbury, Maryland. I'm here today as a retired teacher to speak on behalf of public education and the Board of Education. I've been coming to board meetings for a couple of years, and I've been quite distressed at the lack of participation from the public who come to the board meetings. There are a lot of people, or several people, who are loud and talk about what's wrong, but they don't come here, or they may come and make a comment and then they leave. I'm here to encourage people who support public education and want to see what's going on to come to the meetings. At every meeting they have a program, and they discuss programs that are going on in the schools. They select a program and they explain it and they go over it. I have been impressed with what I've seen that the schools are doing. There's constant change, constant improvement, reinventing the wheel. There's no wonder why Worcester is #1 with all of its scores. But if people want to know what's going on, they need to come to the meetings. Now, I know there's been complaints that it's in the afternoon and there's no time to come. But we do have night meetings. And I've been to night meetings where I sat here and I was the only one here. There were a couple where they were crowded, but it quickly dissipated. So it's kind of like a catch-22. The old adage is, no news is good news. So if nobody's coming and complaining, I guess we're okay. But by the same token, I wish the public would attend. And at the end of well, you heard the students who tell you what's going on in the high schools. That's informational. And then at the end of the board meetings, the board members have reports and they express their opinions and concerns. So I really don't see how anybody can say there is not transparency in the board meetings. So I'm encouraging people to come and attend. I come, and I think you can. So please do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Helen, I do want to add that, in addition to people that may not be able to be present, we have this streaming online, which we've had for the past couple of years, which allow people to watch our meetings at their convenience. And they can always reach out to us by email, and we are available. So if they want to reach out to us or make any kind of comments, we are here to hear them. So thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak today? Okay. We will move on, and now I'm going to move on to the curriculum instruction. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferrante. I apologize. I've been sick, so my voice isn't as good as it usually is. I want to welcome Tony Bevilacqua and his amazing staff, and it looks like some of his wonderful students here. I can attest to some of his staff skills that he's brought with him today, because they've helped me out on various occasions with different things with cosmetology. So I'm going to welcome him and his staff, who are going to give us the state of the schools today, as well as a feature of a CTE program. So welcome up here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ferrante, members of the board, Mr. Taylor, and members of the executive team. We're here today to give you our presentation entitled, In Case You Didn't Know. So you have a packet in front of you that has 10 slides in that slide deck that gives you an overview of where we are as a school, our early successes for 2024-25, and then on slide deck number 11, it gets us into what I wanted to talk about today and present to you one of our most efficient programs at the technical high school, our cosmetology program, led by Rachel Watson and Patricia Hands. Why don't we take a minute just to introduce who's here.
Hi, I'm Ms. Rachel Watson, one of the cosmetology instructors. Patricia Hands, cosmetology instructor.
Sorry.
I am Carolina Novelli, a Worcester Technical graduate of class of 23.
I am Carla Maldonado, a Worcester Technical graduate of class of 2018.
Hi, I'm Savannah McCabe. I'm a Worcester Technical graduate of 2023.
Welcome.
All right, to start us off, I wanted to go back to December. Mr. Taylor stated in his address that people all over the state wanted to know what was the secret sauce. He said, we're #1 in ELA. We're #2 in math. We know that Skills USA is dominating the first place wins throughout the state. But what is that secret ingredient? The secret ingredient is right here. And I'd like to give a snapshot of what we're talking about. When we talk about good instruction, as many of you all know, we talk about good Tier 1 instruction. That's a good teacher who spends time looking at the standards, figuring out how do I assess the standard, figure out how do I keep this rigorous, figuring out, will my students get it? And when they can't get it, what are those stumbling blocks and how do I plan to get over those stumbling blocks? That's just in the first round. If you're a great teacher of Tier 2 instruction, you're doing that intervention and that remediation and that reteaching. So if you're a principal and you can find a good Tier 1 instructor, you're lucky. If you can find a good teacher who's good at Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction, you're blessed. I'm blessed. I have 2 teachers that are excellent at both Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction. As you can see on the display, we do word walls at Worcester Tech. We do Bloom's taxonomy. We don't just identify, we examine, we analyze, we synthesize, we apply. And that's what these students do, and that's why they're so successful today. Let's take a look at what I'm talking about in the classroom for just a minute.
Where you sit down? Okay, undo it. You need to rewrap it. And wrap it up on the base. Rewrap it. Okay? Now all of it's gonna be level. That's why it's not coming out right, because it's not level. Okay, take it down. Take it down, rewrap it a third.
We don't pacify, we persist until we get it right. Let's take a look at Miss Hand's classroom.
Ladies,
Shania, ask your question now that you just asked. So it'll help everybody. So when you were asking about the massage, everybody listen, please.
I just said you're supposed to wipe it off the hands before you begin to dehydrate the nail.
So she was asking me if that is correct. So after you do the hand massage, prior to dehydrating the nail, do you need to remove the lotion? Yes. What are you going to remove the lotion with? With cotton. Okay. So remove the lotion first with either the paper towel or the cotton, and then you apply the dehydrator. When you are finished with the dehydrator, what do you do next? Stand and wait quietly until the rater looks at your hand, does your evaluation on there. So everybody now who was the observer, go in, provide feedback for the person that you evaluated. Okay, you have your iPad, so you're going to type in what Maddie did, her strengths were, and what you felt like she may need help on. Okay? Great.
So as you see in both of these slides, we have to get it right. These students have to get it right. You can see that these teachers are using a lot of the same things, from Socratic discussion to collaborative learning, that we would do in a homeschool. From 2016 to 2017, these instructors have had a 100% pass rate on the state board examinations. And that's my cue to turn it over to Miss Watson. Miss Watson.
Good evening. I have been teaching for 34 years, and I would like to thank Worcester County for 25 years of service for this awesome county. The total cost to attend Delmarva Beauty Academy in Salisbury, Maryland is $26,825. Look at what we are saving our students. I would like to acknowledge the following persons for their continued support and motivating me in all that I do for the students. Thank you to Dr. John Andes. Mr. Lou Taylor, thank you. Ms. D. Shorts, thank you. Dr. Wallace, thank you. Ms. Diane Stoltz, Dr. Jane Pruitt, Mr. Willie Jackson, Ms. Caroline Bloxham, Mr. Tom Zimmer, Dr. Brian Phillips, and a special thank you to Mr. Tony Bevilacqua, principal at Worcester Technical High School, for always supporting the cosmetology department.
Thank you. I would like to thank you as well. When you get to hear these students, I once was one of these students. I began in Wycomico County in the Applied Technology Center, not to date myself, But I was a student with passion to do hair and my own business and also teach. Once I graduated high school, I actually went back into Y Comico for 15 years and just volunteered time. I would go in, teach advanced cutting classes, coloring classes, judge for Skill Olympics, and hope that this opportunity would come up for me, and it finally did in Worcester County, and I have to thank you for that. And my daughter was my first student, and now I have wonderful babies that have been just as successful as my daughter as far as starting their career with the passion that we distill in the classroom every day. From the day they step in, we teach them professionalism. As you can see, these ladies have made it. Professionalism from day one till now. I'd like to introduce you to Savannah McCade of Perfect Face.
Hi, I'm glad I can be here to talk to you all today. I started the cosmetology program because I wasn't entirely sure where I wanted to go. I ended up loving it. I am so incredibly thankful for that program. They have allowed me to, at 20, live on my own, have cats, have my career. I work 5 days a week full time, and I love it. I'm very, very thankful for what I get to do here. I give so much credit to my wonderful teachers, who they've pushed me to be where I am today, and I'm so, so thankful to have them and be able to be back here today. The program has greatly benefited me, and I'm very, very thankful for it.
Hi, my name is Caroline Novelli. I work at Beauty Lounge by Diana, and I attended Worcester Technical High School with Miss Watson and Miss Hands. I cannot explain how much I loved their program. They allowed us to take our state boards and pass with amazing scores by having us take a 100-question test every single day, every single night, and just when you thought you were done, you got to do it again. But it has allowed me, at the age of 19, I am in nursing school, I live on my own, I just bought a new car, and I get to work my dream job and talk to my friends every day, so I can't thank them enough for everything they've done and helped us do. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody. My name is Carla Maldonado, and I'm the owner of Outlash Studio, and I graduated Worcester Technical High School in 2018. When I joined the cosmetology program, I knew it was something I wanted to do. I knew that I wanted to do something creative, something where I didn't have to work 9 to 5 in an office every day just hating my life. So when I joined the cosmetology program, Ms. Hanson, Ms. Watson really helped us to learn everything we really needed to know to allow us to be where we are today. We learned everything as far as theory, as far as working hands-on with clients, and they really prepared us to learn everything we needed to go out into the real world and own our businesses or successfully, work in a salon and have our full clientele base. With that being said, this program gave me the skills, confidence, and knowledge to be able to graduate and be able to do those things on my own. Even after I graduated, even now I still text Ms. Hands randomly. And I'm like, hey, can you answer this for me? So even now, graduated in 2018, it's 2025 now, she's still there for me. And they were there every step of the way, and they're there for every student every step of the way to get them graduated and have them with their license in their hand. And for that, I'm incredibly grateful.
One of the things that I would like to add is that when I came to this county, Dr. Jane Pruitt said, how did you get 100% pass rate in Accomack County? And I said, because I take the students. She said, what? She said, well, can you take the students here in Worcester County? And I just want to say, none of our students have to worry about a way to the boards. When they go to the theory test in Salisbury, we take them. When they go to the practical test in Towson, Maryland, they say, oh, we can't, there's no way we can get there. We take them to the door. Not only do we take them to the door, but we find out before they do, because I'm standing there waiting for their results. Okay, so I find out when they come out, they're like, did I pass? And I already know their results, and I just wait for their printout paper. But that's one thing I think why we are so successful, because we take them all the way to the door. We take them. There are so many times students don't have the way. They don't have the means for the money. Parents can't take off to take them. So I think our number one, having 100% pass rate, goes because we are there for the kids to take them all the way. We hold their hand until they walk into the building. So I just want to thank these three ladies. They were awesome students. I remember their grades, and when they passed the boards, I remember their pass rate scores, and it made me so happy. So I would just like to say to them, thank you. Thank you for all that you have done, and just keep working, keep doing it. Maybe one day you'll be at 50-some years in the profession like me.
And we'll end on this note. We are open for business, if you didn't know, not only in cosmetology, but you can order from the laser shop. You can order personalized apparel from the print shop. You can have custom-built wood products from carpentry. You can order dinner and catering from the Pines Cafe. You can make reservations to have your automobile worked on, and you can make reservations for haircuts. And I threw manicures in. Why not, right? But thank you for your time.
That's wonderful. Board members, any questions for Dr. Andes?
Ms. Watson, I appreciate the shout out, but for years I've been asking you about hair replacement.
And if I had an answer for that, I would not be here.
Well, if you ever do come up with that answer, you let me know. I'll be in the chair for you. Thank you.
And I'll be the second one. Okay? I had a lot more hair than I do now. A couple things I want to say about the cosmetology program. It's the testimonials today have just been awesome. And ladies, thank you for coming back. One of my goals as a former high school principal, I always told my graduating students, when you leave here, I want you to be proud when you ride by the school to be a graduate. And certainly that's obvious here today from Worcester Technical High School. And I'm grateful for your leadership and what you've instilled in these young ladies, and hopefully that will pass on through generations to come. But thank you. But I want to tell our community and our audience, Worcester Technical High School is a hidden gem in this county. When I started back in 1983 to where it is today, it's beyond incredible. It's beyond incredible what takes place. And I also want to tell this county that what's in the future and still to come, because I hear Dr. Wallace and others and then Mr. Bevilacqua talk about the future of that school, the best is still yet to come. We have a gem over there. And I know Dr. Andes was on the ground floor of making changes to that school, and then it's just worked its way up, and we continue to evolve into something really great over there. I'm proud of all of our schools, but when I leave every night and I look over to that school, it gives me chills sometimes to know what's going on in that building with our young people. It used to be a place where if you didn't succeed in a comprehensive high school, you went to VOTEC. That is so far gone. Now, we have some of the smartest and brightest individuals from our 3 comprehensive high schools attending that school over there. Mm-hmm. It isn't a league by itself at times. And I want to thank you as our instructors, and there's many more. Please carry that back to your colleagues. Tony, your leadership, I know you've only been, Tony, I was fortunate to hire Tony Bevilacqua back, but Tony was back in the instructional part of that school years ago and has seen it evolve and now provides the leadership there. But we couldn't be more proud of Worcester Technical High School. And I know this board knows that, but as a superintendent, I am extremely proud of what takes place. And ladies, your 3 testimonials today just brought goosebumps to me, because that's what I want to hear that from our graduates. That's why we're here. That's why we are an outstanding school system, because of people like you who are now making a difference in our community, in our world. So again, I thank you. Thank you, ladies, and your leadership. And Tony, thank you for your leadership as the principal over there. Thank you.
Any other board members? I just want to add to that. I mean, first of all, Ms. Watson and Ms. Hans, you know, the fact that you take so much time and that you care so much is the reason that we're seeing the success in these young people. And we, from the board here, we thank you for what you do each and every day. I know at least one of these ladies standing up here, but it's nice to see it come full circle, to come back to the board when we see the success of our students. So thank you for bringing them with you today. Mr. Gordy?
Just one quick note. I had the great pleasure of teaching over there for 17 years, and I taught criminal justice, and most of those guys thought they were pretty tough. So I would say the cosmetology class needed hands to practice on. So I'd say to my students at some time during the year, how would you like to go get your nails done? Oh, no. So a little while later I'd say, well, how would you like to go spend an entire class period being pampered by a beautiful young lady? Well, we had volunteers for this. So we all went and got our nails done, and we loved every minute of it. So thank you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. Mr. Belavacqua, thank you for bringing this to us today. We appreciate that, and we like to see more of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I would like to say one more thing. I have a lot of students that spend the entire day at Worcester Tech. They take their academics up on the second floor, and they come to us in the afternoon. And this year, more than ever, I have seen a number of students. They come in the morning, hi, Ms. Watson, I said, you're not supposed to be here. They're like, oh, I have a class upstairs. So I would also like to let everyone know that we do have academics, and our students are taking advantage of that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And next is the AI presentation. I'm going to stay with Dr. Wallace.
Yes, I'm going to introduce Mr. Caleb Wilson, and Mr. Genovese, his co-part, is just going to watch and be a supporter. But before Ms. Watson and Ms. Hands leave, I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I know you all don't like all the accolades, but these two are the best of the best, and I hope that they both stay with us for many, many more years, even though Ms. Watson and I have already talked about her glorious departure date, but I'm hoping that she stays, that they stay for many, many, many years. So thank you all, and thank you, students, for coming back. We love seeing you. I would say probably a year ago now, Caleb would probably remember how long it was ago, him and I had a conversation about AI, and in alignment with what my vision is as an educator always, we were at a crossroad where we had two choices. We could block AI, or we could choose to be at the forefront of this, and I looked at Mr. Wilson and I said, we are going to be at the forefront of this, like everything else. And he since then has taken it and ran. He serves as an advisor on various different organizations and boards. He has taken that and literally he has soared with it. He's going to share with you a lot of different initiatives that we have. I could be here all day and all night talking about how proud I am of the work of their group together and where we are taking this. You know, it's like computers. If you remember back, I was a student when Worcester County Public Schools brought computers into schools, and I remember my teacher saying, if they allow these computers in here, we won't even have a job. But look at us all still here. We're all still here because we use computers to enhance what we're doing with students. And thank God for Oregon Trail in middle school. If you were in middle school and you had Oregon Trail, you know what I'm talking about. Thank God we all made it without getting dysentery, and we floated our things across the river. Caulked them up and floated them. But we've came a long way since then, and I'm sure that this is going to work. There you go, 1979. Nope. Okay. That's not it. But we've came a long way since then. Caleb has a team of educators who work with him, and Carrie is going to just do the presentation maybe on her screen. But they have truly taken it. We've attended a couple of state meetings together, and it was interesting because I attended a state meeting with them, and I know not nearly as much as the two of them know, and we literally sat there and were bored all day because we were like, we're so far above everyone else who's attending this conference in the state. So it was definitely reassuring, and we have some teachers piloting some things with AI now, and his team has created an entire portfolio of examples and and ideas for lessons and things like that.
I promise I do
It's
work
okay.
in technology.
I've actually never seen Caleb stumbling around, so I'm kind of enjoying seeing him a little bit. No, I'm not enjoying it. 1979. In true classroom fashion, we'll just shout out the number. There we go. All right, so without further ado.
All right. So thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. And we. All right.
Good, I think the mic's on. Yeah.
First, I want to say thank you to the members of the board. Whether you know it or not, last December, when you all approved 3 pieces of, I guess, policy and procedure, it kicked off a lot of things, one of them being this presentation and some of the work that we're starting to do right now. And whether you know it or not as well, we are one of 2 or 3 counties in the entire state of Maryland that have approved policy and procedure on artificial intelligence in education. And that is a true testament to your all's leadership, our leadership team as well, and the wonderful staff that we have in Worcester County Public Schools. So thank you all for that, and thank you for the opportunity to explore and learn this and learn about this and share this with you today. So jumping right into it, just so we all have a good understanding of what artificial intelligence is. I know sometimes it gets dramatized and we think Terminator, we think iRobot taking over the world, those types of things. That is not actually what artificial intelligence is. That's a small piece. Basically, in a nutshell, what artificial intelligence is training a computer to do things that would normally require human intelligence, giving it programs to run based on large amounts of data to make decisions that we would normally make. Is all artificial intelligence is, and I know that's say all that is, because it's been a lot of change in the last couple of years. Specifically, just some things that AI is doing today. We now have AI systems that can take text and convert it to sign language for people to be able to visually see what's going on in a presentation. We have artificial intelligence tools that are making new drugs and medicines, analyzing proteins and their structures, predicting floods months before they happen. Of course, we have Siri and Alexa that can also be attributed to artificial intelligence. The facial recognition on your phone, whenever you get charged for something and it gets alerted as a fraud or a scam, that's also artificial intelligence. So all of these things are artificial intelligence, and these examples are not necessarily new technology. These are things that have been working on for years, decades actually, which takes us a little bit back into a quick timeline I want to walk you through. 1923, the first time the word robot was actually used. So this isn't necessarily new. Artificial intelligence seems new, but 1923 is the first time the word robot was used. 1945, the 3 laws of robotics were created. 1950 was the first time we started asking a question, as if I was behind a screen and I was talking to a computer, would I be able to tell the difference if it was a computer or a human? That was called the Turing test. We've passed that now. We now sometimes talk to to robots all the time in call centers and things like that, and we have no clue. Moving on, 1956 was the first time the word artificial intelligence was actually used at Dartmouth College. There was a group of scientists that got together and started the field of artificial intelligence. 1990s, we saw huge returns in data processing, and all of the big data that we collected. We're able to parse through that data even faster now to get a lot more capability in some of the systems we're seeing today. 1997 was the first time that artificial intelligence defeated a chess grandmaster, and in 2011 was the first time that artificial intelligence defeated human contestants of Jeopardy. 2014, Facebook developed an algorithm that could read the faces in any of the photos uploaded to Facebook. That's how we have a lot of the facial recognition software we have now. And in 2020 were some of the first automated vehicles that were put on the road without requiring a human driver. All of those are examples of artificial intelligence, but November 2022 is kind of where Worcester County's story starts with artificial intelligence. That is when ChatGPT was released, and that was what kind of threw education and beyond into a little bit of a scramble to figure out what to do with this technology and how to respond. And I know, as Dr. Wallace alluded to, she overheard a very spirited discussion in the hallway on whether we should be blocking these systems for teachers and students, or whether we should be embracing them, learning about them, educating our students and staff on how to use them appropriately. From that spirited discussion turned into the directive of, hey, figure this out, put a team together, learn, educate ourselves, educate our staff, and that's where it all started. So for me, it started a huge learning journey. I have this picture shows kind of some of the research that I've collected. I think there's about 400 artifacts in research that I've collected that I thought were useful, of value to Worcester County Public Schools to curate and learn from. So that's not counting the number of things that I didn't save. That's not to toot my own horn, it's just to show you that there's a lot of thought and research that has gone into a lot of what we're doing with Worcester County's AI initiatives. So from then, I really learned that, hey, this couldn't be a one-person show. It couldn't just be me making all of these decisions on behalf of all of the students, all of the staff, all the administrators in Worcester County. So I reached out to experts. I got experts in administration, I got experts in instruction, experts in special ed, experts in PR, and reaching people in the county for information, experts in leadership. Luckily for you all, and you all know this is no surprise to you, that Worcester County is full of those experts. So we got representation from all ends of the county, all different levels, from middle to elementary to high. And the reason that was important is to make sure that AI doesn't just serve one population of students or one, type of student, that it would serve all of the communities that we serve in Worcester County Public Schools, all of the diversity of students that we have, and all of the different needs that each one of our communities has, which is really, really important. So we started meeting 2 years ago, once a month. The first thing that was really important to do is do some organizational learning to really understand what artificial intelligence is, how it works, what goes on under the hood. I'm not a computer scientist. My background is in chemistry and instructional technology. That is my gift. Those are my gifts. All of this is learned knowledge, so that same knowledge had to be transferred to the committee so we could make informed decisions about how artificial intelligence could impact instruction. So we really didn't have a direction on where to start. So we started with what's always been Worcester County's guiding star, our mission and vision for our students. We took our mission and vision and we decided to annotate it. And we specifically highlighted anywhere in our mission and vision where AI had some sort of impact, where it spoke to some part of that mission and vision. All students, making sure we're empowering all of those students to be lifelong learners, to be future ready, contributing to their communities and recognizing those communities have different needs. Understanding that the communities need to be safe and the technology needs to be safe, that it needs to be student-centered, it needs to make sure the emphasis is on student using the technology and artificial intelligence. Positive relationships is huge. We know that AI can automate a lot of things, so making sure that human relationships stayed the center. And obviously that, again, we're preparing our students for a world that we're not living in now, that the world that they're going to inherit in the next few years. And as fast as this all has changed in the last 2 years, if you've been paying attention to AI and how much it's changed, this presentation, which was finished probably 2 to 3 days ago, finalized, is already out of date because of how fast AI changes. So a new model came out yesterday, and now ChatGPT isn't the leading model anymore. So that's how fast this moves. So we need to prepare our students for that rapid change. So from that annotation, we pulled out some common themes. We pulled out some really important guiding principles, and we came across 6. Equitable access for preparing for the future, personalization and diversity, safety and privacy, valuing human relationships and decision-making, contributing positively to our communities, and a continued commitment to academic excellence. So the document that you all should have in front of you kind of expands on what those themes mean and why they were chosen. And the reason that we went with these 6 themes is because each one of those areas have really important opportunities where AI can be leveraged, but also have really important considerations that we need to address as well, and to make sure that we're balancing the positives with the negatives as well. So instead of walking you through the guidance and really explaining the guidance, because by all means you're more than welcome to read all 30 pages yourselves, I really wanted to show you what this looks like in the classroom, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. That's where we're going to see the biggest impacts So I have 3 examples that I wanted to show you. The first is we were working with a middle school class that was creating a podcast. And the podcast was specifically about what's a problem that you think that needs to be changed in the world. And students were articulating a problem, and they were creating a podcast about their thoughts and feelings about it. And there was a student in the class who was selective mute. For whatever reason, they were selective mute. You cannot create a podcast if you can't speak. So one of the things that we did is we took her script, which was fantastic, had a problem that she thought was important to the world that she wanted to address, and we found a program that took that script and turned it into natural sounding human language, which is a tool that we use in the medical field to replace people who lose their voice. And we gave it to her, and she was able to create her podcast from that audio and cut it up just like everyone else in the classroom. And again, if we go back to the principles that were in our guidance, we've leveraged technology to give equal access to not only education, but to having your voice heard. And in this case, we literally gave a voice to someone who was voiceless to talk about something that mattered to them, which is huge. And that's again, one of the pieces of the potential to this technology. But with every positive, there also needs to be some amount of worry that the technology could be used inappropriately. About last year, there was a teacher who used the same technology we use to fake the voice of their principal, to say horrible and demeaning things. They lost their job, and they found out it was artificial intelligence technology that faked that voice. So we also are, in using it responsibly, or also have the responsibility to teach students, the dangers of it, and to teach students to recognize those things. Because we're not far off in technology where you could get a phone call from a loved one saying, hey, I need help, send money here, and you would have no way to discern whether that's actually who it is. We're living in that world right now. And not to scare any of you, but I can take any audio from our live stream, put it into this program. It takes about 5-10 minutes of audio, and I can clone any one of your voices. And again, that is not to scare you. That's just to let you know that that's the reality of the world that we're living in. And part of that is responsible use, because we can't block every single one of those technologies. We don't have the manpower to do that. And for each one that we block, 3 or 4 more spring up. So we're approaching it as we need to teach the responsible use of these technologies. The second example I have is a special education student was having motor difficulties and using the iPad and being able to drag and drop and do some things on their iPad. And what they were learning were power words. These are really important words for language development and acquisition. And I was reached out to, and they said, hey, can you create some sort of slideshow so the student can hear a word spoken and then choose out of the 3 words what word was spoken, so they can start learning language fluency. And Nick and I in instructional technology, we do that all the time. That's part of the job. And we go, yeah, sure, we can make that work. How many words is it? And they said about 72. So 72 words, practicing multiple words each. The way we do this is with linked slides is you have 3 options linked to 3 different slides. You can see that now we're getting into 600-700 slides. So I leveraged a tool called Claude from Anthropic, another artificial intelligence company, and I just asked it. I said, hey, what's the feasibility of making an app that can do this? And I described just the activity I wanted to do. And again, my background is not coding, it's not computer science, it is chemistry. And it was able to code that app. And we can send that student to the website. It says a word. They click the word, it pops up green if they get it right, red if they get it wrong, and then it cycles through all of those words randomly, keeps statistics on what words they're struggling with, what words they've mastered, and all of that was done within 15 minutes. And that's the capability and the promise that artificial intelligence offers some of those students. And again, we've met a student where they are, we recognize the individual needs of that student, and we were able to tailor instruction towards that, which is a beautiful thing. And again, it comes with drawbacks. How much information do we give away when we do that? How much personal information of our students are we willing to give to artificial intelligence? How much of our own knowledge, how much of our Worcester County privileged information are we giving to these systems when we do activities like that? Luckily, we already had a solution for that before artificial intelligence even came out. We've always reviewed instructional technology tools
for safety, privacy, and accessibility. We're going to continue to do that. We've actually gotten better at that since artificial intelligence has come out, because we're able to handle more requests and look at them deeper and more efficiently. So we already had a solution for that, but we always need to wonder, anytime we use technology, what are we giving away in terms of our personal data, in terms of our decision making when we use it. And the last example I want to give is from a high school class, a high school English class, where a teacher was teaching about annotating text and basically pulling information out of the text. So what she had her students do, she gave them a passage, and she said, I want you to annotate this text and pull out important key details about the character, about the setting, and about the important events. And then she had the students take that evidence and write a prompt, which is a set of directions for artificial intelligence to use to create images that represented the story. And what she found is the students realized that, hey, my images aren't very good. And what that told the students is, hey, well, then that means my text evidence and evaluation of the text isn't very good. And it forced them to go back into the text and reread and re-highlight and re-annotate. And then they actually swapped photos and they worked backwards, and they figured out where in the photos did that text evidence make its way into those images, and showed critical thinking, showed analysis of literary works. And I think this is the true epitome of how technology should work in education, that technology shouldn't be the focus, that it should just be the vehicle to meet students at accomplishing standards and to making sure they're meeting the objectives of the lesson. So this wasn't a made-up curriculum. This was curriculum that we already use in ELA that was enhanced by artificial intelligence. But again, there's always trade-offs. One of the things that I'm very concerned about, and as we start doing training with staff, we have conversations about, is that we can live in a world where a teacher can make an assignment using artificial intelligence, give it to the student, they use artificial intelligence to complete the assignment, gets turned back into the teacher, and they use artificial intelligence to grade the assignment. And if you understand that process, we have now removed humans from that entire learning process, which is why championed in our guidance is valuing human relationships. And that is from the Department of Education's Instructional Technology Department, that is one of their recommendations as well, to keep humans in that loop, to make sure that we're centering humans in that process. And I think we all agree that Worcester County has always been about where people make the difference, and the tools are not what the focus is. So with that, I want to kind of finalize this and button this up with a quote, and it says, as artificial intelligence evolves, we must remember that its power lies not in replacing human intelligence, but in augmenting it, that the true potential of AI lies in its ability to amplify human creativity and ingenuity. And I think that's the key, is that with any technology, artificial intelligence included, it's not about the technology, it's about how we as humans use it and integrate it into what we're already doing. And I think Worcester County is going to lead the way in that. I think we've already started leading the way in that. And not to quote, can't technically say who told us this, but we were told that after they read our guidance and kind of looked at what we've done, they said we're nearing the end of the marathon where other districts that they've worked with haven't even gotten their shoes on to get in the car to head to the race. And again, that is not tooting. So to give you the last little piece here, phase 1 of our implementation is going to take place this spring. We've partnered with the Maryland Center for Computing Education to do 3 cohorts of training for our staff as a start. That's really to test out a lot of the guidance that's here, a lot of our policies and procedures, to collect some information from our stakeholders. And then phase 2 will start this coming school year, where we're going to do some county-wide implementation and training, where we're going to put some sort of tool in the teacher's hands. We're still evaluating tools and making sure they're safe and they align with our instructional practices. And then phase 3 will be implementation with students, putting some sort of tool in students' hands. The only scary thing about this implementation timeline is 2 years is a long time, and a lot can change in 2 years.
Right.
So my fear is waiting so long for putting a tool in students' hands, because that's 2 years of students that don't get some sort of training on this that they're going to need for the real world.
As this is a working document, I mean, will you be able to modify that as it goes forward?
Absolutely, yes, sir. And if you look further in the document, there is a page that says ongoing updates and ethical considerations, so absolutely. So that's all I have for you all, unless you have
Board members have questions for Mr. Wilson?
Go ahead. I was just going to ask, can board members take the training?
Absolutely.
Yay. Okay.
Mr. Gordy, please speak into the mic, sir.
Thank you. Changing the batteries in a flashlight's uphill for me. Just give me a brief synopsis of what safeguards would be in place to prevent a teacher from doing that exact scenario. It sounds like it would be way too easy to have the AI create the plan, give the test, and grade the work. What safeguard can prevent that?
So really it's responsible use. There are ways to tell whether a document's been used to grade, for example. The feedback sometimes is very generic. It's also not the same. This is one of the fears of using AI to grade. I can take your paper, and if they're exactly the same except I change the names, it can give me two different outputs based on the names. So there's some fears we're using with that. So a lot of our safeguards are going to be educating people that type of risk exists. Obviously, we can't stop humans from making the wrong choice, but that's one of the things we have to do is educate first, and then, address those problems as they come.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Andes?
Thank you for this excellent presentation. In my side hustle at Salisbury University, I have, as a professor there, we use a mechanism software called Turnitin. And Turnitin scans and allows the professor to know exactly what percentage of this particular paper that was submitted is used from some other sources, and that's extremely helpful. But because of AI, what I've had to do at Salisbury University is I've changed all my assignments and make them much more simulation scenarios and much more problem solving to try to prevent someone from being able to use AI to solve it. Now, I hope that that doesn't happen before I leave my position, so then I have to go back and change all of those assignments once again. But AI is a very powerful tool. I thank you for the presentation, and I'm so glad that Worcester County Public Schools is out in front of this and helping people use AI as a tool and a process as opposed to a product that can be submitted. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other board members? Ms. Adams?
Kind of piggybacking off of Dr. Andy's with the tool that he says that he uses at Salisbury University. Do we use any type of tool to determine whether or not students are turning in a certain portion of?
Wonderful question. So we do have tools that can determine what amount of an essay was plagiarized, that's pulled, copy and paste from somewhere else. The problem with using tools to do the same for artificial intelligence is it turns into an arms race. As a company develops a better sophisticated tool for ChatGPT, that software always lags behind. So that's the first issue with that. Also, if I take something from ChatGPT and I just ask it to write it like a third grader and change it up and put some spelling mistakes in it, it will never get caught by those pieces of software. And then separate from that, it's a huge ethical issue in using those types of software. And I'll give two examples, and not to turn this into a TED Talk, sorry. The first one is they are very, very biased against second language speakers. So English isn't their primary language, and that's just because of how the tool works, and they're usually trained on the English language, not usually trained in other languages, so they're very weak on that. And then the second piece is they have a lot of false positives. There's research from the University of Maryland that shows there's a significant amount of false positives where it says that you actually wrote it and it is artificial intelligence generated. And the problem with that is in education, and you all know this, is I'm not telling you anything you don't know. In education, we value human relationships, and there's nothing more crushing than looking at a student saying, you're not capable of this level of work. And to err on the side of caution, there's other approaches, and we have in our training to talk to teachers, hey, if you think a student is using AI on an assignment, here's some alternatives. And that can be a tool to kind of help us and to give us some evidence, but here's some alternatives that are relationship building and not relationship crushing, instead of telling a student that you're not capable of that work, because that is an ender in terms of relationships. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Mr. Wilson, thank you. It's a great presentation, and it's a great education, and we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And we do believe you work in technology.
I'll redeem myself.
Very well, thank you.
And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shorts for Buddy Readers.
Yes, and speaking of relationships, this next presentation from Mr. Cowder, and I will let him introduce his wonderful person that he has with him, is all about relationships. It's called Buddy Readers, and it's a program that they've introduced about 4 years ago at Shao, and it is not high-tech, although it does involve some technology, but it's really getting back to the basics and how we go about building relationships and growing the love of reading within our elementary schools. So, Mr. Cowder?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. AI did not write our speech today. Just wanted to give that disclaimer, and as much as I love it, our presentation is going to be very much on the flip side of things, which is human relationships and kids being able to hang out together and foster a love of reading. Today I have one of probably my most talented leadership team members with me, and that's my literacy coach. Michelle Forte does an absolute amazing job at Shell Elementary School every day, has a passion for working with teachers and kids, and our Buddy Reader program was really one of her brainchilds about 4 years ago, and I think you're going to find out it has evolved more than I think she even initially thought it was going to. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Shorts, I was thinking the same exact thing as how different this presentation is compared to the AI, and how this is very much back to basics and all about the importance of relationships. And I'm also thinking about how we've already outgrown this name of Buddy Readers, and I really need to think about a new name that captures really what we're doing in our school. So if you've ever been to Shao Elementary School, you know that it is very large, with over 600 students, age 3 all the way up to 10, and it's also very large in physical shape. It can allow for teachers to get kind of caught in their grade level teams and operate in silos, especially in the hustle and bustle of everyday learning and the busyness. And a couple years ago, I was just trying to think, what can I control here, and how can I come up with an idea to kind of foster and build bridges across grade levels and with relationships? And that's kind of where this program started. And so basically, Buddy Readers is a classroom partnership system in which older grades are paired with younger grades to be a learning partner for the entire year. It started off as time to read together, because our students have 30 minutes a day where they're able to read on their own level. So it kind of started as pairing up and reading together periodically throughout the year, but it has evolved beyond that at this point in time. So pictured here on this slide, this is a pre-K 3 classroom paired up with a 3rd grade classroom, and they're partners for the year. After a unit on learning about plants in science, the 3rd graders visited the pre-K 3 to teach them all about their learning and the life cycle of plants. They also gifted them a pumpkin seed plant, and they kind of did that together after some reading. I really love just looking at the joy on the faces of the students and how engaged the older students are with the little kids, and how helpful they can be as an extra set of hands in the classroom. Okay, so logistics, as in how are these determined, where and when does this happen? I strategically partner classrooms at the beginning of every school year based on different factors. I look for meaningful connections across classrooms. For instance, a picture here in the middle are 2 siblings. So if there's siblings in a younger grade, older grade, I may partner that classroom together. Also, if a student that has a challenging behavior had a very positive relationship with a past teacher, I'll be strategic in pairing that student's current teacher with his past relationship, so that he or she can have more check-in time and just see that teacher more regularly. Another factor is pairing teachers strategically. For instance, if there's a brand new teacher that may be struggling with management a little bit, it might be beneficial to partner that teacher with someone who is a veteran teacher that has very strong management style. And pictured here are our fourth graders, and they are paired with our pre-K4 students, and they're enjoying just some extra reading time. Teachers have the autonomy to determine what they are doing, learning activity they are doing with their partner class, and they choose based on what unit of study they are doing. So what started as reading has evolved now into other times of the day. Oftentimes I see teachers inviting their classroom partners in to celebrate after the culmination of a unit so that the students can teach each other about what they have learned. I also see a lot of teachers strategically using the older students for extra sets of hands. For instance, if you have a pre-K classroom and they're trying to engage in technology and make a keynote presentation, it's a whole lot easier with third and fourth graders helping out. They're very savvy, and the teachers are very helpful to have those extra sets of hands in there. STEM projects and hands-on materials, using lots of hands-on materials is another way I see teachers using their partner classrooms, and in direct connection with our curriculum as well, and any kind of implementation or things that we are implementing, restorative practices. I see classrooms getting together and building a big restorative circle to learn more about each other and build that relationship that way, and sharing their learning that they are already doing. So nothing something extra, not something in addition. It's already what we're already doing, and just a partnership. So there are countless benefits to this. So I mentioned some of them already, but my favorite one is really the teacher connections that we're building here. So as a literacy coach, I get the privilege of seeing how the learning builds from 3-year-olds all the way up to 4th graders. So I get to see how hard those pre-K3 teachers work to get the students to even sit on the carpet or learn how to listen and be in school and how to share, and how hard our 1st grade teachers work to teach kids how to read and how crucial that is. And I see how hard 4th grade teachers work when their kids are writing essays and they're getting them prepared to go on to BIS. So I get to see all that. Unfortunately, our teachers don't always get to see that. It's very easy to get caught up in your own 4 walls and your own world and not to see what's happening around you, as all of us can attest to that as well. So doing this just creates those connections and gives teachers an appreciation for where the kids are coming from, where they're going, and building that vertical articulation piece. I really love that. That's been my absolute favorite benefit of this program, something that was started to focus on our students, but also really benefits the adults and the teachers in our building. Another benefit is that it's very, very crucial in boosting confidence for some of our struggling learners. They might be struggling academically or behaviorally. When they're around younger students or older students, they seem to light up and really shine. They get to practice their reading skills in a different way, which also helps boost confidence. It gives an opportunity for a new perspective and build those relationships, and overall just really builds our school community stronger, so that we are seeing that what we do is important. What everyone does is important. It's all vital, and it's all crucial to the success of these kids. Any questions?
Board members? No questions? Ms. McComas?
This is awesome. You had mentioned something, and I'm just taking a piece out because the whole picture looks absolutely phenomenal. But you mentioned something about reading 30 minutes a day. Is that a set time? All the kids sit and read, or it's just each classroom?
Yeah, that's something that's in the teacher's schedules every day. It's part of their curriculum. It's 30 minutes of reading time. So they're actually 30 minutes spent actually reading, and the teachers are working with small groups or one-on-one with students during that time.
That is awesome. I'm sorry. That's
amazing.
One of those very interesting experiments that I went through as a high school teacher when we raised our reading scores in our school like a whole grade, just because that's what we did. 30 minutes a day. So I'm just in awe. Thank you.
Any other board members? I just want to say that, when we all assume that all parents are reading with their children at home, and that doesn't always happen. So this gives them an opportunity to read with each other and boost their confidence, like you said, which I think is key, and it shows you the opportunity to really love to read. And I think that's incredible. So thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate it. Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Gordy.
I just say, I thank you. He said it. I just wanted to say that it's incredible what you're doing to bridge those physical gaps in your school. Like you said, your school's pretty big, and it's got 4 big corners, and everybody tends to get their own corner. So what you're doing here is as important, I think, for your staff as it is for the students. This is incredible. So keep up the good work.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yeah, I think the outlook on reading is like, if you read, it becomes a habit. If you have a certain time set aside every day that you do that, whether as an adult, and I remember back when I first started, Gwen Lehman, is she in the audience?
She's right here.
Gwen, remember at Stephen Decatur when we had 30 minutes a day for a reading program there? And I think it was kind of the first time that a school system had actually looked at that. First in the nation, Stephen Decatur High School, back in 1972. But that program, I remember, it's like anything else. It took about maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks for the kids to get used to it, and then after that, you didn't have to tell them when they came in that they're going to have 30 minutes of reading. They just automatically came. They automatically brought the materials with them, and we actually had. I don't know if it was funding, Gwen, for monies that would buy paperback books.
Yes.
Everyone in the building stopped for 30 minutes and read magazines, the sewing materials, our own stories, we were picking children, and our scores went up tremendously.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to look at it
Gordy
again.
just asked me, did you read as a principal? I was a student then when that was going on. That's why I told Bill to be careful with the date.
Yeah. That was a little one-room schoolhouse they had.
When I was a student at Steve Decatur, this one and that one out there were teachers. So I'm just telling you, be careful on your age.
And I think Mr. Taylor always had like a Sports Illustrated magazine that he was reading.
Thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you
Mr.
again
Cowan.
for having us. Ms. Forte did an
Forte.
awesome job of sharing so many benefits out of this program. But one of the things that I love seeing as a principal, and I know the teachers love seeing, is if you ask any one of the kids, they love this time with their partner class. Like, it is fun for them. And when you can do something as academic and as beneficial as this, and that kids absolutely love it and look forward to that time, you've hit a home run. So,
no doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys very much.
And Ms. Shorts, I'm going to stay with you.
Yes.
For Blueprint.
Mr. Cowder will unshare. I'm going to try to share something for Blueprint. Let's see if I can do this. It'll let me. So, as you know, we are moving forward with the Blueprint. We're trying to do some, and it's just spinning, so probably not. Yeah, if you can, Carrie, we'll see if you can. I'm struggling like our tech people, which does make me feel a little better that Caleb struggled a bit. Yes, it made me feel better. So as I shared with the board a while back, we are having some Blueprint learning sessions that we are going to have here in this room. We start tomorrow evening, but due to the incoming possible inclement weather, we are going to move the Pillar 1 and 3 learning session to a Zoom link, which Carrie has done a nice job to shifting that. So we thought of some of our people that are in this room that might travel tomorrow night for some of our meetings and thought it might be safer to move it to online. We still will allow for input to those meetings, and as I said earlier, we're going to move from just general information sessions about Pillars 1 and 3, which we've kind of grown since then, to really successes and challenges that we're having here in Worcester County around Pillars 1 and 3. So if you have an opportunity to join us tomorrow night at 5:30, we will be moving, I believe, to a Zoom link rather than Teams. And again, it's at the bottom of this presentation slide. So Dr. Wallace and myself will be sharing for about an hour and having opportunity to provide a link to discussion around Pillars 1 and 3. And then Dr. App and Mrs. Williams will be doing a similar session in March. Hopefully it will come back to being in person here in the boardroom. We will be doing a live Facebook Live Zoom tomorrow night, but the March session will hopefully go back to being in person and live stream from here. So rather than postponing it and having to reschedule it, we'll just move it to an online Zoom. So again, if you get a chance to join us tomorrow evening, please do that on Zoom, and Carrie has pushed that out. We met this morning and decided to move that to online. So please plan on joining us if you get a chance.
And the link is?
The link is at the bottom, but on our website and on social media.
Okay.
Yes, so please, if you get a chance, please join us. And that concludes the blueprint update and curriculum and instruction. So back to you, Mr. Ferrante.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. And anyone have any questions for Ms. Schwartz regarding that update? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. And this can't miss.
Yes, any. Oh, go ahead. Go right ahead.
No. It'll be posted up on the website if you want to, or our Facebook Live. You can go on there and you can, anyone I think can attend, correct, Ms. Schwartz?
Yes, anyone can attend. It's been up there for probably a month now. So anyone who wants to can attend. And again, it was going to be face-to-face here in the boardroom and live stream, but since we imagine we might be forced out tomorrow night due to weather, we're going to move it to a Zoom link. Anyone can attend.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. App for a personnel exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. Your personnel exhibit for February. This is the month where we announce the pending retirements of the early notice that our employees have given us. So the retirements are lengthy this month. So retirement: Joan Allen, Educational Assistant, Shall Elementary School; Kenneth Austin, Pupil Personnel Worker, Central Office; Michelle Bankert, School Counselor, Berlin Intermediate School; Sharon Bowers, Bookkeeper at Shall Elementary School; Lori Chetlett, Teacher at Stephen Decatur High School; Janet Corbin, Media Specialist at Pogamoke Elementary School; Susan Cropper, Teacher at Berlin Intermediate School; Tracy Drusella, Teacher at Ocean City Elementary School; Jill Elliott, Teacher at Snow Hill Elementary School; Keith Elliott, HVAC Technician, Central Office; Kathy Elmer, Educational Assistant, Ocean City Elementary School; Rosa Fries, Educational Assistant at Shall Elementary School; Rebecca Henderson, Accountability Data Specialist at Central Office; Glenda Holden, Custodian 1, Buckingham Elementary School; Kim Hudson, Bus Driver Trainer, Central Office; Sherry Johnson, Educational Assistant, Snow Hill Elementary School; Jamie Kelly, Speech Pathologist at Shall Elementary School; James Kroll, Teacher at Stephen Decatur High School; Tammy Kreppel, Teacher at Berlin Intermediate School; David Kuhn, Payroll Accountant at Central Office; Larry Lewis, Custodian at Buckingham Elementary School; Penny McCruckle, Teacher at Worcester Technical High School; Tierra Manuel, Educational Assistant at Snow Hill High School; Pamela Messick, Teacher at Berlin Intermediate School. Linda Moore, Educational Assistant, Pocomoke Elementary School. Wendy Nash, teacher at Berlin Intermediate School. Kimberly Patrick, teacher at Stephen Decatur High School. Joe Price, facility planner, central office. Brenda Shenton, secretary, central office. Kim Shockley, teacher, Snow Hill Middle School. Kim Snyder, teacher, Pocomoke Middle School. Leanne Terrace, accountant, central office. Sue Ann Valentine, secretary, bookkeeper, central office. Maureen Van Bruggen, secretary at Ocean City Elementary School. Sherry Ward, teacher at Berlin Intermediate School. Jessica Waterman, teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School. Stephen Whalen, teacher, Berlin Intermediate School. Connie West, teacher, Snow Hill Elementary School. Debbie Widgeon, secretary, central office. Whew. Those are your retirements. New hires for this month: Allison Mooney, educational assistant, Pocomoke Middle School. And we have one separation. That's Whitney Bauer Shearer, educational assistant at Buckingham Elementary School. Superintendent recommends approval of the personnel exhibit as presented.
Can I have a motion and a second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
Reluctantly, I motion to approve it as presented.
Reluctantly, Dr. Andes makes a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Buchanan. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Dr. App. And now what you've all been waiting for, the school calendar. Carrie Steers? Please step right up. Thank you. There it is. Yep, it's on.
Good
now.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can hear me. Okay. So, just to give everyone a quick recap of the process that has led us to today's wonderful presentation. Calendar development for the 25-26 school year began in October with a new input gathering survey prior to the initial calendar options being developed. Following that survey, a small committee reflecting our stakeholders met to design new proposals based on that input survey data. In December and January, we presented you with ultimately 4 options that were then pulled by our school system community. So today I'm going to share with you the results of this final survey and the superintendent's recommendation. As part of the new process, we used Thought Exchange to conduct the final calendar poll, which ran for a 2-week span ending on February 7th. The survey had very strong participation with 2,021 responses. And as you can see, the largest demographic groups participating were parents and employees, and location-wise participation continued the trend of mirroring the size of those schools, with our North End schools having the larger amount of respondents. So to get specific feedback about a potential shift in how we handle professional development, we asked that question outright. So as you can see, the overall results here indicated a preference for half days. So among the different stakeholder groups, this trend holds, with both teachers and staff indicating a preference for half days. Their percentage for that was 64%. They preferred half days. And then parents was a closer margin with 56%. Preferring the half days. And I do just want to note, board members, in your electronic packet on board docs, you can actually view all of these survey results in an interactive report, so you can filter according to those different groups if you so choose.
Thank you.
And then lastly, we asked respondents to weigh in on those 4 calendar options. And as you can see, the final proposal of a half day with early release was favored with 35% of the vote. And looking at specific stakeholder groups, those results also hold, with margins only slightly narrowing, but it didn't really impact the overall result. So that leads us to our recommendation today for your consideration and adoption. So the superintendent is recommending the board adopt the moderate early release calendar with the half-day PD structure that had the most support within the survey. Some of the highlights of this calendar include, and I do believe you all have a hard copy of that in your packet with you.
We do.
A first day of school on September 2nd. The countywide PD day is in the fall after the close of the first marking term in November. Thanksgiving is consistent with prior years with the Wednesday through Friday closure. Winter break is a full 2-week closure. Spring break in early April reflects the state mandated holidays of Good Friday and Easter Monday, preceded by a professional day and early dismissal on April 1st. And this calendar potentially ends the school year on June 11th, with inclement weather days stretching us to the 16th if they're utilized. So with that, the superintendent recommends approval of the 25-26 school system calendar as presented.
Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Steers? I know that, yes, Ms. Adams?
Not a question, comment. I just wanted to thank you, the other staff members that had a hand in this. We saw the initial calendar options. I thought that there would be an issue with it, and I appreciate you putting in the other 2 options with the half program as being the only option. So thank you. I really do appreciate that.
Sure.
Any other board members before I call for a motion? I just want to thank you again because you do such a. Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
I just want to thank Carrie for this.
Yeah,
She
go ahead.
does an
Go ahead, Mr.
incredible
Gordon.
amount of work on this thing. Thank you so very much.
You're absolutely so
I think
welcome.
we would all echo that same sentiment. It's a process. We know it's a long process, but you do a great job at it, and we want to thank you for what you do. So with that, I'd like to call for a motion and a second to approve the 2025-2026 school calendar as presented.
Motion.
A motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much, Mrs. Steers.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're moving on to our virtual instruction plan, and I'm going to turn it back over to you.
It's me again.
Yes.
And this I'm actually just bringing to you because we happened to do this revision last month as a result of some of the growing pains that we experienced with inclement weather earlier this year. So this is actually something that's going to come before you every year. So really the only change from last month is just updating the year. So this is just reflecting for the 25-26 school year. So each year you will have to reauthorize the superintendent to be able to offer virtual instruction. So that is what I'm bringing before you today.
So, you may get to practice tomorrow.
We're all praying for no snow, Mr.
And
Gordy.
the superintendent is recommending this, correct?
Yes, that
So a
is
motion to authorize the superintendent for the 2025-2026 school year to initiate the virtual day instruction for inclement weather as outlined in the virtual day instruction plan.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. McComas.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wallace for a safety update.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. 2 things this month. Our district-wide safety meeting, if you remember the last time I talked about this, it was rescheduled due to inclement weather. And so our next safety meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, February 20th. And in being forward-thinking, we have decided to pivot and go virtual for that meeting so that we don't have to reschedule our safety meeting. So we will be having that with our district-wide safety team on Thursday virtually. And if they haven't gotten that message yet, they're hearing it here first. But Mr. Goddard should be sending that out if he hasn't already today. Secondly, we had an incident last week at Ocean City Elementary School, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the staff and the faculty there at Ocean City Elementary School for following all of our safety protocols. I have to tell you, it's been an opportunity for me to be super proud of the work that we've done in the past couple years. We went to a standard response protocol, our I Love You Guys, which I know all the board members should have also received one of these and have it with your badge. If you have not, then get with me after the meeting. That way, if you're in a school, you have that. But our staff knew exactly what to do. We've gone to that standard response protocol, so everyone in our district knows what everything means. When they were given what they were supposed to do, staff and faculty immediately responded. Law enforcement, and we talked about this, Mr. Taylor and I were talking with the sheriff and the chief deputy about how nice it is to have a standard response and everyone knows and everyone has the same language. Before we had different words, we had different colors that meant different things in the sheriff's office or any other municipality could come in and it would be different for every building. So it made everything much more streamlined. We've done plenty of practice, and so we knew exactly what to do. So I want to thank the faculty and the staff. I want to thank our students for being patient as we work through it. And I want to thank our sheriff's office for their leadership as well as the other law enforcement agencies. We had many responding. It makes you extremely grateful to live in this community and have that sort of response. So everything worked out well, but I did want to take this opportunity to thank all of our community who helped us that day. So thank you.
Thank you for
Back
the
to you.
update. Any questions for Dr. Wells?
I have a
Ms.
question.
Addis?
Talking about that school safety incident that happened last week, without getting into the weeds, the way that I understood it is that someone had said something over the radio, which essentially they potentially stole the frequency of the school's radio. And I'm just concerned, or I just want a little bit of clarification as to why we are not necessarily using the county radio system. That is a secure system and it has the capability of recording which radio actually transmitted and a recording of whatever is actually said over that radio system. Because it seems like every school system is operating off of their own radio system, and we have the opportunity to have that streamlined into one radio system.
The sheriff's office would be able to better answer you that, but I have gotten no indication that our radio frequency was stolen. So I'm not sure where that came from, but I have gotten, and Mr. Taylor, I'm looking at you to hear if you've heard anything different. I have gotten no indication from them that our frequency was stolen in any way.
Not necessarily stolen or just being able to hop on that
I
radio
do not
system.
believe, I have not heard any evidence that anyone hopped on our radio system.
I've got no evidence of that.
I saw that on
If
Facebook,
some-
but yeah, I haven't heard that.
Someone's alluded to that as a possibility, but the sheriff's office was going to look into it. And the reason, and somebody smarter than I, all our schools have a radio system within the school, and we have something in line for funding so that all our radios will be on the same frequency moving forward. But we wouldn't be able to use the county, you probably know more than I do, Katie, 800 megahertz or whatever radio system.
I am married to a radio technician professional, so I know everything under the sun when it comes to
so
radios.
we wouldn't be able, because they just haven't offered us that level of service in my radio knowledge. So, but we don't have just plain walkie-talkies either.
Right.
You know, and in some schools, every classroom has a radio. In other schools, it's just the administration and some key personnel. So it varies, but Sean and Dr. Wallace are working on that moving forward to, again, in my language, to sync this system so that we have a tighter system moving forward. There was something said, could someone have stolen that? And it's being investigated by higher-ups, sheriff's office. So I don't know that that is the case. Did somebody say it? Probably, because they were saying everything that day. But I don't know that there was anything stolen, or we have no clue at this point. And if they know, they're not sharing that with us, because again, that's the sheriff's office. They met with all, I do know this at the end of the day, and I want to reiterate, not to go into length about it, how wonderful that process worked with all our county agencies that day. But at the end, I held a stand-up faculty meeting to thank the staff. And at the end of it, there was a group of technicians who worked with the sheriff's office that went into a room and met with anyone in that school that heard it. And so we weren't in that room. That was, again, became an investigation. So I've not heard back from anybody from the sheriff's office saying this is what we have. But to go back to your original question, I think we're in the process of getting radios at some point all together, a little bit better, tighter way of doing it.
And I guess that's my main takeaway is if we haven't reached out to the county, seeing if it is a viable option to work with them, because like I said, their radio system obviously is encrypted and it's recorded. So anything that is then said over the radio system, we could then have a recording of it versus just
that's something
hearing
I'm sure
something and then
Sean-
not being able to
Sean
do
could
anything
probably
about
find
it.
out, but you're talking about, and I don't know if they make such a mechanism for 14 schools and probably 1,000 radios that are transmitting it every minute if you put them all together. So
We are in constant communication with the sheriff's office and have been talking with them regarding radios over the past year. So at this point, we have reached out through various mechanisms, looking at funding for that sort of thing. But at this time, like I said, I have not heard anything from law enforcement about anyone hacking into the channel or beeping in, or I don't even know what in. But we continue to work as great partners with the Sheriff's Office, and communication is one of those things regarding radios.
Any other questions? Thank you for the update, Dr. Wallace. And now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tolbert for physical operations.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bronte. First up is Mr. Price. One of the projects in our FY26 CIP was the replacement of the Pocomoke Elementary School roof, and Mr. Price is going to share the bid results from that project with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Price.
Good afternoon.
I don't want to speak for Dr. Ennis, but are you here to reconsider your resignation?
No, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full. Mr. Ferrante, included in your exhibits is the Pocomoke Elementary roof replacement bid tabulation. On January 30th, we released the bid documents and conducted a pre-bid meeting at Pocomoke Elementary, and last Friday, we received the bids from the general contractor, Garland. The project will be executed through the Garland turnkey project delivery method, with Garland serving as a general contractor, Worcester County Public Schools purchasing the roofing materials directly through Garland, and the subcontractor providing all project labor. The bid tabulation indicates the base bid received from each contractor and the cost of 2 bid alternates. Bid alternate number 1 is the replacement of the existing skylights over the school media center, which have been there since 1976.
Wow.
And bid alternate 2 is the removal and replacement of all the roof and canopy metal panels around the perimeter of Pocomoke Elementary, also original. With approval of the base bid and both bid alternates, the total local funding for the project is $259,000 below the estimated project cost identified in last year's CIP. And the superintendent is recommending approval of the Garland, DBS, and JBK contracting bid in the amount of $3,076,943.
Okay, so I need any questions first from Mr. Price?
Mr. Price, did Garland do the Snow Hill Middle and Cedar Chapel roof?
Yes, sir, they did.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I would need a motion for the approval of the Garland Company and the JBK contracting base bid for the bid alternates for the total construction amount of $3,076,943.
So moved.
Motion by Dr. Andes.
Second.
A second by Ms. McComas. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
I'm sticking with you, Mr. Tolbert.
Yes, sir. Item 8-2 is the FY26 non-recurring cost. The state has a process that allows certain additional expenditures funded by local government to be considered as a non-recurring cost and to be excluded from the annual maintenance of effort funding formula in future years. The first step in the process includes agreement by both our board and our county commissioners that the item is non-recurring. If we agree, the request is then submitted to the Maryland State Department of Education for their review and approval. As we have discussed, our FY26 proposed budget includes a request to purchase and install Zonar GPS software on our buses next year. The total first-year cost of the software is $65,118. This includes a one-time implementation cost of $42,098. We are recommending that this one-time implementation cost of $42,098 be considered as non-reoccurring in FY26. Any questions about the non-reoccurring cost request?
No. Anyone have any questions, Mr. Tolbert? Okay, go ahead, Vince.
Okay. If not, the superintendent recommends approval of this being approved as non-reoccurring cost item. Once the board approves, if you do approve, it will be submitted to the county commissioners for their review and approval.
Okay, so I need a motion and a second for the FY26 non-recurring cost as presented.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Buchanan.
Second.
Second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Vince.
You're very welcome. Next item is our FY26 proposed operating budget. Today, the board is scheduled to adopt our FY26 proposed budget. As you know, the board did hold 2 budget work sessions, one on January 27th, and the second one was on February 11th, to review the proposed budget in detail. We did have a meeting with our county leadership last Wednesday, and from that meeting, we've added 2 additional items to our FY26 proposed budget that was not there on February 11th. The first was they requested us add $370,472 to the OPEB contribution. We currently have money in there for OPEB. They want to increase it by $370,472. And they also requested, for years, we've had a Pocomoke Middle School after-school grant from our county commissioners. For the past couple of years, it's been $85,049. They requested that we move that from a restricted grant accounting to put it in our unrestricted budget. So that change was made. As we discussed during our budget work sessions, the main drivers of our increases in our local budget this year are employee salary increases, increases in health insurance cost, rate increases for our bus contractors, and restoring previous budget cuts. The FY26 proposed budget totals $145,221,039. So any questions from the board? I know we had our 2 budget work sessions, but
Board members, do you have any questions for Mr. Tolbert regarding the proposed budget?
I don't have a question, I just have a statement to make.
Okay, I do want to ask Mr. Tolbert, this document, but I know we're planning to recommend and send it over. There could be some modified changes to it, correct?
as far as I know, what you have in front of you right now will be the one that goes to the county commissioners.
Okay.
So I don't foresee any changes. Yes, sir.
Board members, I know we've talked about this, sent questions to Mr. Tolbert. Do you have any questions for him today? Okay, Ms. Addis?
So first, all I wanted to say was that this has been the best proposed budget that I have seen since I've been up here. So I just wanted to thank you, Vince, and your team, because you guys have given, I know I had a lot of questions over the last couple of years. You have listened to the concerns that I had in last year's budget, and you ran with it, and you essentially put in everything that I had asked for from last year. So I really just wanted to make that known, that I really do appreciate the hard work that you put in on this budget, this proposed budget this past year, because it definitely did not go unnoticed by me.
Well, you're welcome. I appreciate you recognizing it.
You're very welcome. Can there be improvements made? Absolutely. But this has been a night and day difference from the last 2 years. My main concerns are, going back in our timeline, last two years ago, we had an MOE budget, which was essentially 0.38% less than the previous year of that. Last year, we ended up having a 5.7% increase in our budget. And this year, it looks to be a 9.69% increase to this overall budget that we are asking the county to fund. So my main question is, where do we feel like this money is going to be coming from? Have we had conversations with our county commissioners to determine whether or not that big of an increase is going to be feasible? Because I would assume that that's already been taking place.
I think I speak.
Yeah, you were
Go
there,
ahead.
that's right.
Go ahead. We did speak with them about it, and they didn't seem to take issue at the time with that. I mean, they didn't offer their approval. There was only 2 county commissioners there.
Right.
But I think that this board's responsibility is to recommend what we feel is the best needs that serve the students and the staff here at the school system. And I think that's what this budget encompasses.
Yes.
So.
Yep, and I look at this because, just like you said, it's our job to pass the budget. It's up to the commissioners to determine whether or not they can fund our budget, and then we go from there. But year after year, we are giving a proposed budget of what we feel like our school system needs. And I know I have questioned over the last couple of years as to whether or not those are wants or if they are truly needs. At the end of the day, the school system is a business, and I would assume, you being the CFO, Mr. Tolbert, that you do run SWOT analysis, that you determine, what we need, what we don't necessarily need from year to year, what the opportunities are in front of us, what our potential threats are with the blueprint, and I'm just, in doing so, could this help our administration determine if everything that we are requesting for money is the best needed option for our taxpayer money? As many people are seeing at the federal level, our country now has a
Department of Government Efficiency to help trim the fat and cut out that needless spending. And my main question really is, can we honestly say that at the end of the day, everything in our budget is needed? Can we be more efficient in any of these given areas, the way that we can spend our tax dollars? So I'm concerned that this is a lot of money to ask for our county. I am also very concerned that there's never seems to be much discussion on how we can save money every year, only asking for more and more money. And to me, that's not very sustainable. We cannot continue to ask for millions of dollars more every year for that figure to then turn into the new maintenance of effort the following year. The Board of Education budget already is more than half of the county's overall budget, and is concerning to me that each year there never seems to be a slowdown with that asking price. Counties around the state are making adjustments within their school systems and budget to meet the needs of the Maryland Blueprint. And I'm not sure if anyone's heard, but there's been recent news from Carroll County that they are expected to cut 90 positions and will reassign several other positions to meet their $44 million budget gap due to the Blueprint expectations. And their class sizes are going to be changing. They're going from 23 to 24 students in elementary schools, 18 to 26 in middle schools, and 22 to 27 in high schools. And I'm not bringing this up because I feel like that's what we should do. All I'm trying to say is that because our county is not able to always meet the needs of our asking price, we may need to consider other alternatives at the end of the day if the Blueprint continues to steamroll through. I believe that the majority of our board doesn't agree with a lot of the Blueprint standards, especially since we pay such a hefty load of it, but it's something that is a reality that we need to always be considering moving forward. And my main goal from the very beginning of serving on this board has been a threefold operation. It's been be a faithful servant to the taxpayers of Worcester County, to make sure teachers have everything that they need to be the best teachers that they can be in the classroom, and to be a sounding board for families who have concerns for their children's education. And I've been direct, and sometimes it might have seemed harsh over the years, but it's just because I want to make sure that we're maximizing our budget to the fullest extent. The people of Worcester County work very hard to pay for their taxes and to support the services needed for in our county, and I don't want that hard-earned money to be not necessarily wasted, but can we use it in better ways? The last 2 years I have voted against the proposed budget just because, as I've had concerns, I simply did not have the amount of information that I needed to make a sound decision. This year I have the information that I need because Mr. Tolburn and his team worked very hard to get all the information that I had requested. So this year I will be voting yes to this proposed budget, and welcome the opportunity to listen and discuss the budget with our county commissioners. And if our county commissioners determine that they are unable to meet the request of our budget and meet the needs of all the other county services that they need to review those budgets for, then I welcome the opportunity to have further discussions on how to trim this proposed budget down. We are just one budget of over 30 that the commissioners need to consider. And if our budget is not fully funded, instead of becoming irrational and irate, I hope that we can all come together and have a productive dialogue to think outside the box for the common goal of providing a quality education for Worcester County students. So my main question moving forward before we do take a vote is, have we thought ahead yet? Have we said, okay, if the commissioners don't fund our budget, are there things that we are able to remove that we don't necessarily need to be a fully functioning school system? Have we gotten that far yet? Have we had any conversations?
I would, first of all, I would take the point to say that Vince goes through all of his departments, and there's discussion prior to developing this budget about what we can have, what we'd like to have, what we can do without, what we can have. So when it's presented to us, those discussions have taken place prior to that. So as far as the developing and the passing of the budget, again, it's our job as Board of Education to develop this budget so that we make sure that we're fulfilling the needs of the students and the community in Worcester County. And we feel, at least I do, that this budget does that. It's up to the county to decide whether or not they want to fund our budget. And if they decide they don't want to fund it, then we'll have to figure out ways to do with less. But that doesn't mean that we desire to.
I agree.
Okay.
Mr. Ferrante, if I can comment, please. First of all, Vince and his staff have done a terrific job, and Katie, I thank you for complimenting them on it. But Vince is a numbers guy.
Right.
And I can tell you that as much time as Vince and his staff has put into the numbers, my executive leadership team has worked burning the midnight oil to determine what the needs of our kids are. We give Vince what our needs are, and then he punches a number and says, well, you're going to be way over here, or you're going to be able to do that. Everything in that budget, my number one, and I appreciate you outlining your 3 reasons for serving on the board. My number one reason for serving as superintendent of schools, and there's a laundry list of things, are kids. First and foremost, what all kids that go to Worcester County Public Schools need. And we have kept that focus as we've worked through this budget process. And I can tell you this process with Vince and his team and my team started probably end of September of going page by page by page by page. I will even tell you that they were, I'm going to give you a good word, they were very spirited meetings at times. To the point, there was days we just said we're stopping because it was not very pretty. And that's a good thing. It's because everybody's so passionate about what we do. It's not any other reason. But I do believe that this proposed budget that we have put together with the recommendations from board members and talking, I was able to attend with Mr. Ferrante and Mr. Buchanan, Dr. Wallace, myself, Mr. Tolbert, the leadership of the county, meaning the commissioner, president, vice president, and their Mr. Young and Ms. Savage. We worked through, Vince went through page by page by page. And was it 2 meetings we have, Vince? 2 meetings.
1,
2.
With the county?
Yeah.
2. Yeah, we did. Yeah.
I can't remember. We've had so many meetings. I can't remember. I'm sorry. And we went through, and I know it's 2 out of 7, just like it would be 2 out of 7 here. And they did the same thing and complimented us on the budget process, as well as what we presented to them, as well as what we were putting in for their consideration. Now, skip ahead. So I think not only is this a better budget put together, but it's also been very specific on our needs. I do believe that, and they informed us that the again, I know it's not all Worcester County Public Schools money, but the revenue that the county is receiving this year due to the assessment increase is quite a bit more money than they've had in the past. I mean, they've said that to us. They've given us a figure of looking at the operating part of it at consider 4%. Of this budget that's going in, 5.2, 5.3 of it is in salaries. And then if you add the fixed charges and so forth and so on, we're going to stay real close to that 4% increase in our operating cost. So I feel confident and grateful that this team has put under their direction what they ask us to put together. Now, are they going to cut something? That's possible, and we know that. And we've talked about options should that occur. Now, we've not come on anything concrete, but we have looked at options, and we have, different in this budget, I think you've probably seen it, we've spelled out exactly where each amount of money's going. So when they cut it, they'll have an opportunity to say, we're cutting this, we're cutting summer school. I know, I'm not saying they'll cut that. They'll be specific on what they don't want to fund. And then we're going to have to go back and do a heavy lift and do some work then. So I feel very confident that based on those meetings, based on the work session this group has had, and all the fine tuning that we've done, and I will tell you, there was other things that we had the spirited conversations about that we wanted to put in there, but we labored through it and decided let's come to a consensus. I will tell you, besides Vince's team working on the numbers, this executive team put in every bit of 30 to 50 hours on this budget. It became every Monday morning is our executive meetings, and including Carrie, who's a part of that. We stayed in there we started 8:30, 9 o'clock, whatever time each week. We were in there some days to 1:30, 2 o'clock. That's a good thing for the budget. It's a bad thing, a lot of other things were put off. I should have been in schools going with kids and that kind of stuff. I only say that to tell you that I think we've done our due diligence. You know, is it right or wrong? That's up for determination when the commissioners get the packet. And if they don't like it, they have the right to say we don't want to fund this. But I feel very good what we've presented to you all as board members. I feel very good about the work that the finance department has done under Vince's leadership, and I feel very good about not just the executive team, but we met with every school leader to get there and it's not just the 6 of us getting in a room and say this is what we're doing. We took into consideration what the schools. I use a model that I learned from Dr. Andes in putting a budget together. We go out and we meet with every school leader or leadership team. The snow got us this year, and I said, and we thought we weren't going to be able to do it, and I said, yes, we will. So what we did, we scheduled an entire day where each school leader or leadership team came in and sat down with us for 30 to 50 minutes. Because it was that important to me to hear all parts of that. And then, of course, we do our budget hearing from our SIACs and so forth. So I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I just feel good about what we've done and how we've done it. Is it right? I think it is. I hope the board, as you said, supports our process, and I think they do. And it'll be determined once the commissioners get it in their hands. And I understand that process because I know all their increase in revenue doesn't just get dumped at the Board of Education's feet. I fully understand that. And so I think we have a reasonable, a responsible and respectful budget to take over to the county that meets the needs of our young people and our employees. And I probably feel as good about this budget as anyone I've ever been a part of.
Dr. Andes?
Thank you very much. I also want to thank Mr. Tolbert and his entire team for doing the excellent job of putting the budget together today. As I understand the summary of the budget, and Mr. Tolbert can correct me if I'm wrong, is one, we've put in this budget restoration of prior year cuts to try to bring us back to being whole. Number 2, we're providing a pay raise to all employees that's been negotiated that will move us more towards the mandate from the blueprint, which also includes the fixed charges. Number 3, we're anticipating an increase in health insurance. I think 8% is in the budget. And number 4, we're including any additional needs, minimal needs to address anything in the system that have come up through what Mr. Taylor talked about. Did I miss anything?
$672,000 passed back from the state for pension.
Oh, Mr. Tolbert just reminded me that the pension cost is coming back from the state, which, as I said, I think 2 weeks ago, the governor giveth and the governor taketh away. And so consequently, that's what's in the budget. In my prior life, and I understand everyone's concern, in my prior life, and not this current set of commissioners, I'm not talking about this current set of commissioners. I remember in my prior life when we put together a bare bones, what I call a bare bones budget, and we sent over the county commissioners, and some parents came to the county commissioners and said, why didn't this get funded? And the answer was because the superintendent didn't ask for it. The superintendent didn't ask for it. If the superintendent would have asked for it and the board would have approved it, we would have given you the money. But because the superintendent didn't put it in his budget, and because the board didn't approve the budget, and it came over to us, we didn't know anything about it. So if you have a problem with whatever that program was getting funded, you need to go back and talk to the superintendent and the board. So my point is, it's that sometimes, not these county commissioners, I'm not talking about the 7 current people, I'm not talking about them. Sometimes our elected officials have selective amnesia, in which they believe that something should have happened, but it didn't happen. But then when they look for responsibility of who should have done it, they send it back to the superintendent in the school system. And that's what it's occurred. I'm not inferring that this budget that we're going to adopt in a few minutes, I think we're going to adopt it in a few minutes, has any what I call fluff and stuff in it. It simply is going about addressing the needs of our school system to continue what we need to do. I echo the concerns of my other fellow colleagues, board members, that the blueprint is requiring us to do things that we wish we didn't have to do. And in many ways, the blueprint is undermining the great things we're doing in our school system because it's very much directed top-down, as opposed to when we had Thornton, which was bottom-up. And that's the difference between the two. So I want to echo again, I want to thank Mr. Tolbert and his entire team working through this and the opportunity we had to have the 2 work sessions. And I look forward with engaging in our county commissioners to help them move this budget forward and get it approved so we can go about the business of meeting the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Smack.
Mr. Tolbert, how many pages in this?
It's 124 pages, I believe.
That's a lot of pages.
124, yes, sir.
A lot of pages. A lot of hard work. And you and your team,
Thank you, Mr. Smack.
I think, is doing a great job. Now, 124 pages is a lot to go over, dissect, figure out what's going on in this, and your team is doing a great job. If it's any, and you're honest. I know you're honest. So, I thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Smack. Thank you.
And your team.
So before I take the vote, I do want to remind our board members that the state is still going back and forth on what the governor's recommendations are, as well as, you know, the projection for the health insurance is currently at 8%, but we're not sure that that's the exact number. That's just a placeholder temporarily until we find out what the health insurance is. Certainly, we hope it will be less. If there's any other questions or statements, I'm going to call for a vote for.
Move to approve the budget as submitted.
Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Andes and a second by Mr. Gordy to move to, excuse me, Mr. Smack, to approve the proposed FY26 operating budget as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Tolbert, and again, thank you and your staff for all the hard work you did in putting together this very detailed budget.
You're very welcome. It was a team effort, and thank all the board members for your support. I really appreciate it. The next license item I have today is the monthly financial report for the month of January with non-salary expenditures of $3,115,704.18. The superintendent recommends approval of the January financial report as presented.
Okay, can I have a motion and a second to approve the January 31st, 2025 monthly financial report as presented?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Smack.
Second.
A second by Mr. Gordy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you again, Mr. Tolbert. And now I'm coming to Board of Education reports, and I'd like to open up to my fellow board members for any comments they may have. Mr. Gordy, make sure you're speaking to the mic.
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to thank you. This has been a very productive meeting. You've done an incredible job. Thank you very much for your leadership, and that's a very serious comment. That the work that we're doing, the work that we're required to do, and the pressure that we're under to get it done requires incredible leadership, and there we have both of them right at the front. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordy. Appreciate the comment. Dr. Andes?
I just wanted to echo Dr. Wallace's comments about Ocean City Elementary School. Ocean City Elementary School dealt with a significant challenge, and I want to extend my appreciation to the leadership team, the teachers, the staff. Special appreciation to Sean Goddard, our safety officer, Dr. Wallace, our chief safety officer, the parents, the children, everyone at Ocean City Elementary School who did a fabulous job, the executive team, and also our sheriff. A shout out to the sheriff, Matt Christofoli, excellent job, as well as all law enforcement. It made me so proud to be in this community. It doesn't happen anywhere else in Maryland. It happened here. We had a problem and everybody came. Everybody came, and that's significant. I happened to be at Ocean City Elementary School last Thursday and Friday with our therapy dog. It was a great visit. I'm so impressed with Ocean City Elementary School. It's no wonder they're a 5-star school, and they're an outstanding school. So congratulations again. Thank you to law enforcement. Thank you to everyone who responded. Thank you especially to the students, and especially those students who were in the cafeteria at the time. I could not imagine being in the cafeteria when this situation occurred, as well as those individuals on cafeteria duty. And finally, I want to wish the best to our winter sports teams who are entering into playoffs. And for those of you who play spring sports, if you haven't started to work out, it's time to work out. March 1st is coming. It's right around the corner. And we start spring sports in terms of March 1st. With moving forward in the spring. Thank you.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yeah, I'd like to echo the appreciation to the law enforcement officers on the Ocean City Elementary situation last week. Was it the week before? Last week. I happened to be in, see some information that came through that there were 100 vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, that went on site for that incident. And I happened to be in Snow Hill Elementary School for a program last week, and talking to the resource officer, and just kind of chatting with him a little bit. And I said, my gosh, that was incredible, 100 vehicles. And he said, yeah. He said, you know, with the different police agencies from different areas, and also officers that were off duty. Off duty. I mean, think about it. You know, that they heard the call for this community, a problem in this community, and they were quick to go to that site. And that is just Worcester County. That is just Worcester County. So many people could have said, I'm off duty, I don't have to deal with this, you know, but we, you know, they stepped forward for this. So I'd like to thank law enforcement for that.
Mr. Smack.
I'd like to thank the law enforcers too for Ocean City Elementary. These schools in the county used to practice lockdowns, and the students, teachers, and faculty know what to do when they say it's going to be a lock. You know what I'm talking about? And so I think Ocean City Elementary was well informed what to do when they say it's going to be a lock or in schools. You know, and the law enforcement did a good job for that incident. I also like to thank Mr. Taylor and his team for all the schools that recognize Black history during this month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smack. Anyone else? I just want to, yes, Ms. Addis, go ahead.
I just want to bring, I had a parent contact me over the weekend, so I couldn't ask you about it because it was after everything was created, but parent was very concerned about a certain bill that is in legislation right now. It's HB 161, which is the Primary and Secondary Education Comprehensive Health Education Framework. Not to go into great detail, but it is something that I wholeheartedly feel that we need to oppose. It has to do with the health framework and what they would like to introduce to students, and at what age it's, you know, sexuality topics and gender identity and different things like that. I'm not sure how many of the other board members know much about it, and Dr. Andes, I'm not sure if you're able to comment on it.
I'm not. Could you give me the bill number
sure,
again,
it's HB 161.
161. I will do. I'll do some research on HB 161 since I'm the legislative liaison to from this Board of Education to the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, and get information out to everyone.
Yeah.
And if possible, I know that we're potentially going to be meeting again in a
March
couple
4th.
on March 4th. If we could potentially have a vote at that meeting to write a letter of opposition, that would be great.
Yeah, first we'll look at the information, and then we'll discuss it, and then we could take a vote.
Thank you.
I just want to say that we had a meeting that day. I'm going back to the incident from last Tuesday. I want to compliment, first of all, our superintendent and his staff, because they kept the board informed. They kept in touch with us, and they let us know what was going on, which is important, because I had a lot of calls from parents. I had texts from parents wondering if they should go to the school and pick up their child. And also a compliment again, not to be redundant, but the staff and everyone at Ocean City Elementary School did a stellar job. It was a very traumatic moment, and they stood up and they did what they needed to do and take care of everybody. And last but not least, law enforcement was on it. And they came, and I had some communication with law enforcement after, and all agencies were there. They all supported, reacted, and came at a time of need. And even, again, what Mr. Buchanan said, I know there were off-duty officers that were off, but they came. So everyone was there to support, and that's the community that we live in. And thank God we live in that type of community, because we never know when we're going to need it. So kudos to everyone involved. They did a great job. And we actually went to Ocean City Elementary Wednesday. If you remember, the school was closed. We went to Ocean City Elementary on Thursday to provide donuts to the staff when they came in, and they were still shaken from the incident from that Tuesday. But they were happy to be back in the school system, and they appreciated us coming to greet them when they came in that day. So thank you. Now I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Taylor. He's going to give us some informational items and update upcoming dates.
Okay, just have two real quick dates to maybe put in your calendar. Dr. App spoke of one of them earlier today. On March 15th, we will hold our Worcester County Public Schools Job Fair at Stephen Decatur High School. It'll be from 10 to 2. Again, that's March 15th. And then on March 20th, if you've never been to one, I encourage you to attend. It's a great evening for our kids. It's our annual media expo. Yes, it will be held at Snow Hill High School from 5 until 7. Again, that date is March the 20th. So two important dates to put in your calendar coming up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor. I do want to make a small adjustment here. The board will be holding a work session on March 4th. And that will be, it'll be a work session, so we'll be going into closed session. But the next regular scheduled Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 18th, right here in the Sarah D. Thompson Board Meeting Room at Worcester County Board of Education office located at 6270 Worcester Highway. And we will begin, that will actually, I said it's Tuesday, but it's going to be in the evening. It's going to start, we're going to start at 5:30, immediate considered to voting into going into closed session under general provisions of Article 3-305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 6 p.m. and the board information is posted on our website at www.worcesterk12.org, located in our board meeting and board docs. And now I'd ask our board members for a motion to adjourn today's open session meeting.
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Buchanan and a second by Mr. Smack. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you.